Good morning, viewers, and welcome to the ASBR Pro Racing Series, Race 3, Day 2. Probably one or two more qualifying rounds here today, and then we're going to move on to the eliminations. So we should have a nice long day of racing. I appreciate you guys jumping on here early. Hopefully we won't have any audio clicking problems like we had yesterday. I did track that down. But live events are always full of gremlins. Always something sneaking up on you. But just know the audio is muted because they're still playing copyrighted music here over the track speakers for another 10 plus minutes. And then we'll be turning up the microphones and you can hear the announcer and hear the boat sounds. So thanks for tuning in this morning. If you can, subscribe to our YouTube channel, share it on Facebook, like, comment. You can also send comments to my personal email, which is sprintboatvideo@gmail.com. I'm Paul White, your live stream producer for ASBR Pro Racing Series, and we'll be getting underway here shortly. Thanks for joining us today.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
And now, the United States National Anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Sarah Almond, ladies and gentlemen. And now, direct your attention to the sky as we have some special guests dropping in. Just jumpers here doing what they love to do. We thank Colton, Colby, Chandler, and Crystal, and of course their pilot, Jeff Well, from the Wright Brother Aviation, our sky jumpers coming in hot. All right, fans, let's give it up for our sky jumpers today. All right, folks, so we're going to get our festivities underway at just about 10 o'clock on the dot. The way things are going to work out this morning, we are going to have 2 final qualifying rounds this morning as our racers make their attempt to make the final 8 cut to compete in our finals this afternoon. There'll be 2 qualifying rounds remaining today. We completed 4 of them yesterday. The top 8 teams from our qualifiers will move on to what's called the 8 cut, where each class will battle each other, then move down to a 4 cut. Then it'll just be one-on-one in each class, and at the end of the day, we will have a modified champion for the 3rd event, a 400 class champion for the third event, and an unlimited champion for the third event. Right now we've got our Jeep teams, race controllers, island hoppers, volunteers, and everyone else, so many, there's too many to list, preparing for our event, which will be kicking off here very shortly. And as we wait, let me tell you about some of the great stuff we have around the park for you today. So here at ESP, we have been making changes since last year's races. We've added a new camping section to the west in the direction of the spin-out pool. This new area is called Campground West, so feel free to go check it out. The beer garden also now expands over in that direction as well, and we now allow minors in there accompanied by an adult. Also, you can now access the pits from over there. And if you've attended our events in the past before this season, you may have noticed that you can hear the announcer now. ESP has added an all-new sound system, so a big thank you to all that were involved with installing a better sound system. Also, if the kids get antsy today, or if you get antsy and need a little bit of a break from the children, we do have the new Kid Zone located near the beer garden. It's a place for kids to go run and play. There's just a $5 an hour fee to watch your child. If you need a break or your kid needs a break, we know your kiddos are in good hands and will have a great time playing with all they have to offer, so go check it out. Also, as the hunger starts to hit today, let's go ahead and tell you about our vendors that we have. Up on the berm in the food court, the Knights of Columbus are here. The Port Angeles Knights of Columbus is serving hamburgers with cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, and grilled onions. All proceeds will go to charity, so pick up a burger, drinks, and chips. Northwest Sugar Shack is here as well, offering Red Bull spritzers, root beer floats, ice cream, and cheesecake. Also serving smoked barbecue pulled pork sandwiches with coleslaw, chips, and a drink. Sweet Clouds and Candy Dreams is offering a variety of mouth-melting cotton candy. And for your coffee fix, visit Fogtown Coffee, offering a full espresso menu. They're just up there on the berm in that trailer there. Aloha Smoothies is offering a variety of cold, fresh fruit smoothies made with real fruit juice and the freshest of fruit around, so come cool off with one of Aloha's smoothies. And serving delicious egg rolls and stir fry, Egg Roll Hut is here. Also, quench your thirst with some Thai tea. And Highland County Donuts joins us as well. Swing by and grab a box of the freshest of fresh donuts made on site. And also, up on the berm, we have Pizza Hut for cheese or pepperoni pizza by the slice, served with a cold soda. Down near the beer garden, if you have a couple of drinks today and you start to get a little bit hungry and don't feel like making your way all the way up to the berm, we've got a really awesome vendor down there as well. Olympus Hot Dogs is offering a variety of gourmet hot dogs and nachos. And if you find yourself in the pits area checking out our race team's vendor setups, Pet Sweet will be serving delicious Indian tacos and fry bread with butter and homemade jam. We'd also like to take a moment to thank a few of our sponsors before we get started. Lakeside Industries of the Olympic Peninsula Division is a proud sponsor of Extreme Sports Park and would like to welcome sprint boat racers and fans. Come see Lakeside today for all your paving needs on the Olympic Peninsula. Extreme Sports Park would like to thank the many countless volunteers that have come to make this event possible. We wouldn't be able to do it without you. Take a moment when you see someone in a staff shirt and say thanks for their help. This year, OSP Sling is celebrating over 50 years of manufacturing and selling slings to companies around the world. OSP Sling is happy to be able to sponsor, along with other local companies, for the return of ESP and the sprint boat races. T Enterprises specializes in site prep for small buildings and sheds, driveway grading, and maintenance. We also have an excavator with brush mower, along with tractor for field mowing and rototilling. Call for an estimate at 360-912-2976. Olympic Electric is a proud sponsor of ESP and very community vested. We do commercial, industrial, high voltage, and utility construction. ESP thanks you for all your support here at the park. ESP would like to thank APS Electric for the many years of support you have given in taking care of all the electrical needs of the park. A huge thank you to Brian, Andy, and Cheryl. That's just a handful of the fantastic sponsors that are helping us to put these events on for you this season. And a note, fans, outside alcohol is not allowed within the sprint boat fenced area. When drinking alcohol within the park, please stay in designated areas. We have folks here to help maintain these rules. They'll be courteous in reminding people, please be courteous to them. Taking a look down at our boat launch, looks like our Jeep teams are getting our modified class all ready as they start to tow in our boats of our first handful of racers that we'll be taking to the track this morning. If you'd like to follow along with today's rotation, we'll be following the track 3 rotation. Each track in the ASBR Pro Racing Series is designed in a way in which it's organized into 3 different rotations each season. Racers and their teams do not know ahead of time what rotation they will have. Typically, they're not notified of this until the night before races begin, so they don't even get to practice or memorize these track rotations until the first day of qualifiers. So yesterday, our race teams had 4 chances to figure out this rotation and put together their best times. I'm sure that anybody who feels they could be on the cusp of making that final 8 this afternoon was looking things over last night, seeing where they might be able to cut a corner a little bit tighter or maybe pick up a few miles per hour on our straightaways as they go all out this morning to try and make it to finals this afternoon. So we should see some really good racing right away. You'll also notice if you look out onto the track, the folks that are wearing the bright green, those are our island hoppers. We would like to thank them for being with us to help us out. They're a very special group of people that we could not do these events without them. These guys are out in today's workforce every day in our local community serving, protecting, and working hard. They're firefighters, police officers, hospital workers, teachers, and local business owners. After their long and sometimes gruesome work week, they come out here to stand on their feet for 8 hours enduring the heat of the sun to keep our racers safe. They are constantly on guard, ready to jump in and help any racer in need, flipped, submerged, or beached. Not only are they here to keep racers safe, but they put on a pretty darn good show out there on the islands for us too. So ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for our very own Island Hoppers. We could not do this without them. Our starting handful of boats just finishing up preparations down on the boat launch. While we have a minute, let's go ahead and tell you about our next event coming up here at Extreme Sports Park. Be sure to join us for Fall Fest, scheduled for a whole weekend of fun on September 22nd through the 24th. New this year, Final Survivor Demo Race, and 4x4 Unlimited Series Obstacle Racing Show. We'll also have, backed by popular demand, Axe Throwing Alley, Pumpkin Patch, Hay Maze, Hay Rides, Petting Zoo, Bounce Houses, Face Painting, live music, beer garden, and all the food you can think of. There's so many things to do that we can't list them all. This is an awesome adventure for a weekend of fun for you and the whole family. Family Day tickets are free for 5 and under, $8 to $10 for children, and adults are just $20. Free parking and tokens are available for purchase on arrival. See you there. And finally, we want to extend a big thank you to last year's Halloween sponsors. We wanted people to know that we are again hosting the free Trick or Treat Trail event again this fall and are working hard to make this year's event a huge success. If you'd like to be a sponsor, please contact us right here at Extreme Sports Park. All right. All positions have verified that they're ready to go. Who is ready for some racing this morning? All right. Hitting the water first this morning is going to be the Fear Not Racing boat. This is boat 623, piloted by Clint Birch. Terry Lovell, his navigator. Yesterday, they had a very solid run in their third qualifier. That was their best run of the day yesterday, where they ran under 55 seconds, 54.656. Let's see what they have in store to start things off here on Sunday morning. You'll see when our boats come off their trailers, they'll idle about as they make their way up to the starting line. They're not allowed to have their foot on the gas at all when they're waiting for that green flag, so they'll make their way up there, idle on up. The green flag is raised, and we are underway. That's going to be a DNF to start things off this morning. Boat 03A in the water now. This is Full Tilt Racing. Selden Glebe, your driver. Scarlett Taylor, his navigator. And they're off. And that's going to be our first clean run of the morning. Looks like they're all right. So Full Tilt Racing still maybe waking up a little bit this morning, but they do hang in there for the clean run. Official time, 57.725. And as a matter of fact, that is Selden and Scarlett's best time of the weekend thus far in the 03A boat. Next out in the modified class this morning is going to be the 199 boat. This is Guano Loco. Sammy Stihl, your driver. Larry Stihl, your navigator. They had a solid run throughout the day yesterday, completing 4 clean runs throughout the afternoon. Their best time just under 65 seconds. Hoping to improve even more this morning. Sammy punches it, and they're off. They catch the island a little bit going around that curve. That curve was causing problems for our racers all afternoon yesterday, but they're able to hang on, staying on rotation. And that's going to be a clean run for the Guano Loco boat, 199. .158, the official time there for Sammy and Larry Stihl. And again, if you'd like to follow along with the rotation, we are doing rotation 3 for today's race. You can find the rotation in your programs on our Facebook page or visit on your smartphone at extremesportspark.net. It's right there on the homepage. Again, today's track rotation number 3. What happens if our boats do take a wrong turn or find themselves beached up on the island and can't get back in the water? Well, that's what's called a DNF, a did not finish. So something our race teams do not want to see on the scoreboard as they look to qualify with clean runs. Another issue racers may run into throughout the day is if there are technical difficulties and they're having trouble getting to the boat launch or getting to the starting line, they will be put on a 5-minute clock. If that time expires before they're ready, they'll be disqualified for that particular round. And here is Purcell Racing in the 154A boat. This is Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. Their best time yesterday, 55.664. They ran that in the final qualifier yesterday afternoon. And Purcell Racing with a clean run to start their morning. .362, the official time on that run. In the water now, this is the 55 boat, Checkmate. Frank and Kelly top to mark. Frank, your driver, Kelly, your navigator. They were able to break in a time of under 50 seconds yesterday. Frank and Kelly's racing team, a family affair, sponsored by mom and dad and themselves. And here they go. And the 2004 USSBA Rookie of the Year with a clean run to start the morning. .691, the official time coming in for the Checkmate boat out of Castle Rock, Washington. Into the water now. This is full tilt racing, the 03B version of the boat. When there's an A and B team, that's when you'll see the drivers and navigators swap out and try a different duo to see how they fare. This duo is Scarlett Taylor driving and her daughter, Sophia Taylor, as the navigator, the first mother-daughter team in ASBR history. It's going to be a clean run. Catching the beach there at the end, but they're able to hang on for a clean run for the mother-daughter team, Scarlett and Sophia. Our Island Hoppers getting their first action of the day as they'll head over and help free the mother-daughter duo from the spin-out pool. They'll see the back end of the boat. Their pump got stuck up there on the land, so they'll get them pushed back in the water and so they can be ready for the next round. If you joined us yesterday, you may have noticed Scarlett and Sophia did compete in the first couple of rounds in the morning. We didn't see them in the afternoon, though. Some boat issues that we'll hear about later and how they were able to resolve them. But good to see them back out here this morning. Whenever one of our boats ends up on land, first our Island Hoppers will go over, verify that the driver and navigator are both okay, and then work together as a team to get them back in the water and safely back into our boat launch. was the official time on that one? So our island hoppers again, they'll push him off to safety. Looks like there may be some issues getting that boat started back up. Could be some dirt or sediment. Got jammed up in there a little bit. Hopefully nothing too dangerous. Nothing that'll keep them from continuing on in the next qualifier this morning. It was a good run for the full tilt boat. A 58.991, the official time coming down. There are two sections of the track called the eyes that verify the start and the finish for our racers. As long as they continue on rotation between those areas, they're all right. So again, that crash not happening until after they got through the eyes. Where are the eyes, you may ask? So if you see those black tubes right around the starting line and down there by the spin out pool, that's our start and finish. Those eyes are cameras that our official timing crew uses to get these times down to the millisecond to make sure that everything is tracked fairly for our race teams. As a matter of fact, in our last ASBR sprint boat racing event, one of our final rounds, our championship round actually, was decided by 1/100th of a second. A couple more of our sponsors to thank for joining us today. Green Crows is excited to sponsor this year's event and would like to highlight our Green Crow Rock Products division. Our rock products business serves the Arlington, Washington area with a variety of washed sand and gravel aggregates, ranging from the finest sand for golf bunkers up to boulders the size of a Volkswagen van for your landscaping needs. Visit us at greencrow.com and please welcome our team if you see them today. And keep an eye on our island hoppers during downtime, fans, as you see them shooting some swag out into the crowd, so make some noise for them periodically, and you may just go home with some Stihl ASBR Pro Racing gear. Purcell Racing in the water now. This is the 154B version of their boat. James Goldberg, your driver. Margaret Purcell, our navigator. They had all clean runs yesterday. So what just happened there, you may ask? Well, what we had down at the boat launch was a wave off where our race team knew before they were supposed to take off there may have been some sort of an issue happening with their boat where they weren't ready to start yet, but once they're idling out towards the starting line, they're not able to really stop and back up. So if they're able to wave off before they get the green flag, they can be granted a restart more or less. Sounds like they may need to clear out some junk from the pump before they can get rolling. Band's Lower Elwha Food and Fuel Campus strives to bring the best possible service and prices to our Olympic Peninsula. With regular customers returning daily, we know how best to serve you. We're neighbors in this community. You can count on us to be your destination and your gateway to the Olympic National Park. In Red Sheds, whether you need storage, a garden shed, carport, tiny home, or barn, we've got them. Come see us on Highway 101 East between Port Angeles and Sequim, or in Port Hadlock on Highway 19 between Chimacum and Port Townsend. At Red Sheds, we've got you covered. Also, while we have a moment, fans, let's take a moment to honor all the veterans who are here with us today and have served our community. Without all of you veterans, we would not be here today having this race. From all of us, we want to sincerely thank you for your service. We're proud of you. We also would like to give a special thank you to the disabled veterans that are here with us today. Let's hear it for all of the veterans in the house this morning. All right, now we've got the Purcell Racing team off and going. And that's going to be a clean run. So definitely a smart idea to do that wave off early on and double check there were no issues with the boat, because they're going to come away with one of their best runs of the weekend at this point. Just 53.308, 53.308, the official time for Purcell Racing's James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell. That will wrap up round 5 of the qualifiers for the modified class. Just one qualifier remaining as we now move on to a little bit stronger boats in our 400 class. First out in our 400 class, the 1776 boat, Crasher Win, Cletus McFarland, and Spicy Spence. Cletus and Spence kicked off their ASBR pro racing careers towards the tail end of last season. Excited to have them back for another season at ASBR. And here they go. And Crasher Win coming out strong to start things off on this Sunday morning. That looks like it's going to be their best time of the weekend so far. Cletus McFarland and Spicy Spence with a very solid time of 46.121. 46.121, that is their best time of the weekend, running clean runs in all 5 qualifiers to this point, as they look to make their way into the 8 cut this afternoon. We've got boat 9 entering the water now. This is Fat Buddy Racing's Jesse Miller and Kaylin Miller. Coming to us from Canada, the whole Fat Buddy Racing team. Coming down to ESP from Canada. It was a good day at the park for them yesterday. Looking for another solid run to start things this morning. And that's going to be a clean run to start things off for Jesse and Kaylin. And another top run of the weekend for another team. For the Fat Buddies there, the 48.829 is their best run of the weekend. So these teams definitely familiarize themselves with the track during yesterday's qualifying rounds. And fans, we are so happy to have you joining us here at the third event of our 2023 Stihl American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series at Extreme Sports Park. Get extreme performance in your backyard with Stihl battery tools. From mowers to trimmers and chainsaws to blowers, battery power made by Stihl, starting at just $199.99. Find your local Stihl dealer at stihldealers.com. Idling up to the starting line now, Jolly Rogers Racing. This is the 625 boat. The green flag is up. And here they go. And that's going to be a clean run for the Jolly Rogers Racing team. Mike Reardon, your driver. Madison Wurst, your navigator. And they'll keep the pattern going with their best run of the weekend as well. 53 seconds, .242. Another Jolly Rogers Racing boat in the boat launch now. This is boat 360A. Chris and Jen Farmer, your team. That's going to be a clean run. And why not keep the pattern going? That's going to be the best time of the weekend so far now for the 360A boat, just 51.517 seconds. And fans, as we mentioned, yes, it is the third of 4 events of the 2023 Stihl American Sprint Boat Racing Pro Racing Series. Be sure to join us for our 4th event in just a couple of weeks in Ontario, Oregon. We'll be at the Ontario Speedway September 30th and October 1st for our 4th and final event of the season. This is the 151 boat now, Cycle Racing. Cole Patrick, your driver. Theron Weaver, the navigator. Cycle Racing with a clean run. What a start for the 400s this morning. .461, the official time there for Cycle Racing. Cut in the middle from the 3rd and 4th qualifying runs they had yesterday. Their 3rd consecutive run between 52 and 53 seconds, so a very good start to their weekend here at Extreme Sports Park. We have Bad Influence in the water now. This is boat 156. Stephen and Randy Church, your racer and navigator. Our driver on the left side, of course, navigator to the right, directing through the course. The green flag is up. And here they go. And that's going to be a clean run. .343, the official time there. That's their best time of the weekend for the Cheshire, Oregon racing team. Fat Buddy Racing making their way into the water now. Another one of our Fat Buddy teams. This is boat number 22. Phil Miller and Sam Hughes, they took home the checkered flag at the last ASBR Pro Racing Series event in Ontario, Oregon last month. Phil beat out his competition in the 400 class by 1/100th of a second to take home the trophy. And off to another very solid start this weekend here in Port Angeles, staying under 48 seconds in every qualifying round so far. And they're off. There's a clean run. And yet another top time of the weekend for one of our racing teams. Fat Buddy Racing, the 22 boat, with their best time of the weekend, just 45.520. Racing fans, Morrison Excavating is a proud sponsor of Extreme Sports Park. They also built this track that's being raced on today. Morrison Excavating is a proud owner of both the park and Wicked Racing. You'll see them coming up here in the Unlimited class shortly. And Stateview Credit Union is locally owned and operated, serving the Colum County for over 83 years. Offering competitive loan and deposit accounts. Stop by our office or visit our website at www.svu.com. And Les Schwab stores and employees don't just sell tires and brakes. We take care of our neighbors and are part of the community. We're committed to service in our stores and service in our communities, because when our communities succeed, it's good for all of us. Working on offloading from their trailer right now, the Pure Insanity boat, River Rogers and Cole Keats. You can't miss this boat with the highlight orange color, the 285 boat. They've ran clean runs in all 4 qualifiers to this point. They wrapped up yesterday with their best time of the weekend in their 4th qualifying round. Idling up to the starting line. And here they go. And that's a clean run. Another team best for the weekend there, 46.971 for the young River Rogers and Cole Keats. Next out is our newest racing team to the Stihl American Sprint Boat Racing Pro Racing Series. This is Brad Castle and Josh Reynolds. The 85 boat, team named Nuckin Futz. This is their first time ever in a sprint boat. Brad, very excited to be here. Yesterday, he was learning the track. Started off kind of a little slower, just learning things out. But by the end of the day, he'd improved his time from about 90.5 seconds all the way down to just over 68 seconds. Let's see how he fares in his second day ever on the water. The rookie race team sponsored by Marine Transport and Castle's Engines. I had a chance to meet Brad a couple of nights ago, and he told me it's just been a few weeks since they bought this boat. It's been a mission to get it race ready before this weekend. So he's thrilled to be here in Port Angeles. And that's going to be a clean run. .169, the official time there for the rookie race team. 60.169. Another note to pass along about Brad. He's a fan of you guys. He told me about running errands in Port Angeles when he got here, and he just said, I can't believe how nice people are here. So thank you to the Port Angeles community for making our racer teams feel welcome. Now in the water, this is Preventing Insanity, the 27 boat. Leighton Lilly, your driver. Cody Holzer, the navigator. This boat, completely hand-operated, is in an accident about 15 years ago. Leighton lost use of his legs, but no intent on giving up the thrill of extreme sports, persevering and putting together a boat that can be operated all by hand controls, and he's put together quite the career in sprint boat racing to this point. The green flag is up, and here he goes. And that's a clean run for Preventing Insanity. .46.908, the official time coming down there. And yep, you guessed it, another personal best for the weekend for one of our teams. So our race team's definitely getting this rotation down. You'll notice if you follow around or just casual observation will show you that this particular rotation does have its handful of straightaways where our teams can really pick up some speed, but a couple of sharp curves on this rotation as well. Looks like so far our team's been able to adjust to those this morning. Larry and Sammy Stihl in the water now in the 21 boat. This is Guano Loco. Guano Loco sponsored by Washington Masonry, Precision Propeller, Bunker Bar, and Pyramid Printing. And here they go. Looking for their second clean run of the weekend. They had a clean run in the first round of qualifiers yesterday, but some issues in the second, third, and fourth rounds. A DNS and a couple of DNFs. So looking for a clean run here. So a solid start to the round, but it's going to be a DNF. The Guano Loco boat with 2 clean runs so far this weekend. Their best run was a 55.344 in the third round of qualifiers yesterday. So 2 clean runs to go along with 3 DNFs to this point. Just hoping that by the time our qualifiers wrap up, they're among the top 8 in the 400 class so that they can make their way towards the final rounds. Just 2 boats left in our 400 class. Next out, one of our local teams. This is Live Wire Racing. Live Wire Racing sponsored by Trap Contracting Services LLC, Josh Callender, Cornwell Tools, Evans Automotive, Dog House Powder Coating, Earth Tech Roofing and Construction, Gotta Have This, and Maxwell Silver Hammer Construction Incorporated. Matt Denson, the driver, Vaughn Trapp, your navigator, Vaughn, Matt's dad. They've had a couple of clean runs to this point in the weekend. Looking for a third one here. The green flag is up. And they're off. And that's going to be a clean run for the Live Wire team this morning. Looking like it's going to be another team best here. A brief delay game here as our Island Hoppers go to fix those eyes that our timers watch. It was, however, Live Wire's best run of the day, run of the weekend rather, 53.136, 53.136. And fans, be sure to stay hydrated at Extreme Sports Park. We want to let you know the Port Angeles D. Molay is selling water bottles for $3 a bottle up on Vendor Hill, and they'll be walking around the crowd later selling them. Port Angeles D. Molay is a Masonic youth organization for boys 12 to 21. Excited to be here today, raising some money. So just $3 for a bottle of water. They'll be happy to help you out, so be sure to visit their booth. And they'll be walking around selling water to the fans as well. All right, looks like everything's back in order down on the track. The eyes have been repaired. And just one more boat remaining here in the 400 class in this 5th round of qualifiers this morning. This is boat 360B, Jolly Rogers. Nicole Brown, your driver. Amy Thomason, the navigator. They've had one clean run so far this weekend, just under 62 seconds in the first qualifier yesterday. Looking to improve on that today, and here they go. And that's going to be a clean run to wrap up the 400s. .784, the official time for the Jolly Rogers 360B boat. And yes, that is their best time of the weekend as well. All right, fans, now it's time to really open things up with the unlimited class. This class, just as described, more or less no limits on these boats to what kind of power they can pack. The 66M boat, the A team of it, coming out to start things. TNT Racing's Dylan Cummings and Jacob Salee. Here they go. Catching some air right out of the gate there. That's that trouble corner that was a real issue for our racers yesterday. Looks like Dylan's back end got caught up on there. Seeing if his boat can break free. Looking like it's being dragged down on the backside. Our island hoppers giving them some time. And it looks like they're calling them over for some help, so that's going to be a DNF. some issues with that boat yesterday is the throttle broke. Dylan was out repairing it last night, welding it. May have an issue with that again. Our island hopper is talking things over, seeing if he's going to need a push back to the boat launch or if they're going to be able to start things up. Fans, here at Extreme Sports Park, we've been really fortunate over the years to have some great media coverage and photographers come visit us. One of those photographers, Jeff Halstead Photography, in the house this weekend. He's provided us with a few of his calendars for giveaway that highlight the ASBR Pro Racing Series. What do you say we give away one of those right now? You guys want a free, big old, beautiful calendar with some awesome sprint boat action in it? Some beautiful pictures? Okay. Well, we're here in beautiful Port Angeles, Washington. Got some beautiful pics on this calendar for you. So if you are wearing, whether it's a shirt, a hat, a jacket, highlighting the Olympic Peninsula, the Port Angeles area, or Hurricane Ridge, something like that, anyway, wearing some Port Angeles gear, the first one up here gets this calendar. So come visit the announcing booth, show us your Port Angeles and Olympic Peninsula love, and you'll get to go home with this awesome calendar. Very nice. We have a winner. Here you go. So this is a 2023 calendar, so a few months left on it, but it's the biggest one he gave us, and the pictures in there are just awesome. So take a look. They've got some, look at this stuff. So, yeah, so there you go. Congratulations. You're welcome. We'll have a couple more goodies from Jeff to give out later this afternoon. Our island hoppers giving away some goodies as well. Working the crowd over there. And speaking of goodies, be sure to head on down to T-Shirt Alley just prior to the pits, but not in the pits, and support your favorite sprint boat team by wearing their merchandise. You can find Psycho Racing, Livewire, Jolly Roger, Preventing Insanity, Wicked Racing, Fear Not Racing, Obsession, Juggernaut Racing teams, and many more. We also have several new vendors in the upper vendor area, including Northwest Nuggets, who donate a portion of their proceeds to help the military and first responders. They sell ESP attire and ASB merchandise, along with many other items, so come and check out all they have to offer. Looks like they've just about got that TNT racing boat back up on its trailer. Once they've safely got that boat loaded up and everyone out of the water, we'll be able to get our next unlimited boat unloaded and ready to go. And fans, if you're down by our vendors near the boat launch throughout the day, if you look beyond the vendors back in that pit area, we want to recognize VP Racing Fuels. VP Racing Fuels, a sponsor of the 2023 Stihl American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series. We're so happy to have them here with us because without fuel, we're not going anywhere. So VP Racing Fuels, visit them at vpracingfuels.com. Also, you'll notice right next to their tents, we've got the Port Angeles emergency vehicles on site with our first responders. Very happy to have them with us. helping keep our racers, fans, and race teams, employees, and volunteers safe. All right, we are back underway. This is Bootlegger. And that's going to be a clean run. So Bootlegger not messing around there. That's their best time in the weekend. 47.799. Ron Gallagher, your driver. Josh Reynolds, his navigator. What about the weather? Now in the water, this is Stars and Stripes, the 96 boat. Their best time this weekend, just over 45 and a half seconds, ending the day yesterday. The green flag is up, and here they go. So a little excited out of the gate. It's going to be a DNF, but they'll be back out here for the 6th qualifier. Burt Roberts and Luke Stewart in the Stars and Stripes boat. Again, having a very solid run at the park up to this point. That's just their first DNF this weekend. Yesterday, had clean runs in all 4 qualifiers, whittled their time down from just under 49 and a half seconds at the beginning of the day yesterday to just over 45 and a half seconds at the end of the afternoon. Now in the water, it's Port Angeles' very own Wicked Racing. This is Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. In the 10 boat, Dan, a 6-time unlimited national champion, and then Sammy, his navigator in her first year. And here they go. It's going to be a DNF, and he knew it. So after 3 DNFs yesterday, the Wicked Racing team did run a 45.534 in the 4th qualifier, so they did get 1 clean run yesterday. but starting the day off the same today as they did before with a DNF, they'll look to get a clean run in the 6th qualifying round. And we just have a handful more boats in the unlimited class before we move on to the 6th qualifying round. Again, after that 6th qualifying round, we'll be taking our lunch break while our timers tally up the numbers and decide who will make the 8 cut in each class. TNT Racing in the water now. This is the 99M boat. Tim Cummings, the driver. Mike Kirksey, his navigator. Their top time yesterday, just a tish under 49 seconds. The green flag is up, and here they go. And that's going to be a DNF. Missing that turn to get back along the Outer Banks is going to result in a DNF for the 99M boat. So the rotation causing some issues for our unlimited boats early on here. Just one clean run to this point in the unlimited class. Again, though, these are our most power-packed boats, so these guys are really flying around this course. Split-second decisions are needed to stay on track. And all these drivers have to rely on to stay on track is just a flick of the wrist from the navigator's left hand, letting them know if they're turning left or right, because they're going with so much speed. These corners are there before you even know it. Here's one of our Fat Buddy boats. This is Fat Buddy number 13, Scott Saxton and Tadra Reichert. And here they go. That's going to be a clean run. .160, the official time for the Fat Buddy boat. A personal best on the weekend for Scott and Tadra. Fans Extreme Sports Park wants to thank Jet Speed Ltd for their sponsorship this weekend. Designed in New Zealand and proudly made in America, built in Junction City, Oregon and Mukilteo, Washington, Jet Speed manufactures jet sprint boats, river boats, and mini boats, offering jet pump and complete range of boat combinations. Also, Rev Up Energy Drinks, proudly made in the Pacific Northwest without any synthetic ingredients, family owned and operated with a focus of supporting local charities and events. Today, we are donating our proceeds to the Burned Children's Recovery Foundation. head down to T-shirt row and get your rev up on. And also, of course, we want to thank the Cascade Renegade Riders for joining us this weekend to support the Burn Children's Recovery Foundation. All donations will be sent to help with the recovery of burn children. This is Bad Habit in the water now, the 36 boat. Scott and Jalen Rapp. And it's going to be a DNF to start off day 2 for Bad Habit. So the 36 boat with one clean run so far this weekend, their time in that clean run was a 54.721. They'll see if they can trim some time off that in the 6th qualifier here in just a little bit. That Bad Habit boat's driver, Scott Rapp, comes to us from Linwood, Washington, and he is the owner of Jet Speed Ltd. America. The 02M boat in the water now. This is live wire racing again, but in the unlimited class. So live wire's unlimited boat is driven by Vaughn with Matt as his navigator. So they switch seats in the unlimited class. They had all clean runs yesterday, a very solid day at the park. And they're off. And they're not. So that's going to be a DNF, but if you've got a good zoom on your camera, a good opportunity to get a picture of their unlimited boat there. Looks like right out of the gate, they may have caught just a little bit of the corner just past the starting line, causing them to jump right up onto the island there. So our island hopper is going to get over there, help them back into the water. Calling out the jet ski to come help pull. But despite the DNF to start off this morning, to this point in the weekend, that live wire boat has been just fantastic. They had clean runs all day yesterday, starting the day at just under a minute, but ending the day at a time as good as 48.984. So despite the little hiccup to start off today, they're in good shape going into the 6th round. And they're really pulling hard to get those guys back in the water. Let's cheer on our island hoppers. Give them some support. That's a tough job right there. And speaking of support, supporting your family, Paul Turner is your family life insurance representative, ready and willing to help you reduce your family's risk. Located in Port Orchard, Washington, you can follow Paul on his Facebook page at Paul Turner Woodman Life. Also, race fans, if you may have a little hiccup, such as the live wire boat did there, where your car might do a little accidental off-roading. Be sure to visit Frank's Auto Repair in Port Angeles, a supporter of Extreme Sports Park. For all your domestic and foreign auto repair needs, call Frank's Automotive Repair. And also in Port Angeles, visit Pen Print for all of your graphic and printing needs. Located in downtown Port Angeles, Heather and George are a large part of this community and support Wicked Racing and the Extreme Sports Park. We support you, Pen Print. Thank you for all you do here at ESP. And fans, while you're here at ESP, don't forget, ESP does have 2 ATM machines located in the South Ticket Booth and North Ticket Booth areas. Look for the ATM banner and don't fret. We have lots of cash in there for you to spend. We are also taking credit cards now as well. We also want to thank all of our VIPs located up on the top berm. VIPs, let's hear you this morning. All right. You can be a VIP too. Just ask us how. So if you see any of our Extreme Sports Park volunteers or employees running around, just be asking, hey, how can I get those awesome VIP seats up there? All right, looks like Live Wire is back on land. On a trailer on the land, so the way they're supposed to be if they're going to be on land. Next out, we're going to have Jolly Roger's 39M boat as they offload down on the boat ramp. This 39M boat is driven by Eric Werner with Tina Huff as the navigator. They had a really good start to the weekend yesterday. 4 qualifying rounds, all clean runs. They've been given the go-ahead by our race controllers to offload, so their team giving them a gentle push down into the water. Eric and Tina ran a 45.848 to wrap up their afternoon yesterday, so got to be feeling confident coming into day 2. All right, our flagger raises his green flag up, and the Jolly Rogers are off and running. And that's going to be a clean run for the 39M boat. Looks like that's going to be their best run of the weekend as well. Clock showing under 45 seconds. .846 the official time coming down. A very good run for the 39M boat. So just 2 boats remaining in our unlimited class this morning before we move on to our final round of qualifiers. And after this morning's qualifiers, we'll really see these guys and girls open it up as they look to take home the checkered flag in their respective class this afternoon. Boat 151M in the water now. Psycho Racing's Kyle Patrick and Aaron Hansen. They were able to get under 45 seconds a couple of times in yesterday's qualifiers. And here they go. And that's going to be a DNF. So a DNF here in the 5th qualifier for Psycho Racing. But as we were saying a moment ago, they did have 2 runs yesterday afternoon under 45 seconds. So still in good shape as we approach our final round of qualifiers. Our final boat in the unlimited class in this round being unloaded right now. This is the 623. So this will actually kick things off in the 6th qualifier. Our other unlimited class boat, the 66MB boat, not racing in today's event. So this will actually be the beginning of the 6th qualifier at this time. This is Fear Not Racing's Clint Birch and Terry Lovell. And our final round of qualifiers this morning begins with a clean run by Fear Not Racing. So Fear Not Racing with a clean run there to start off our final round of qualifiers. Clint Birch, the driver. Terry Lovell, the navigator. 49.674 their time there. That is their best time of the weekend. And taking a look at the numbers here, that's actually the best time in the modified class altogether to this point in the weekend. So a very nice showing by Fear Not Racing there. And here in our final day of events at Extreme Sports Park for the 2023 Stihl American Sprint Boat Racing Pro Racing Series Aeroseptic Tank of Port Angeles wishes everyone a great time, and thanks to ESP for putting on such great family entertainment. Also, Matt Joik State Farm in Port Angeles aims to make insurance simple for people and provide a positive experience. Whether it's cars or trucks or homes or boats, we're happy to have the opportunity to earn your business. We take pride in serving the peninsula. We take pride in our local community. We love our country and feel blessed to have the opportunity to do what we do. Visit us online at portangelisagent.com, or you can call or text 360-457-4567. Thank you. Boat 199 in the water now, Guano Loco. This is Sammy and Larry Stihl. They were at just over 65 seconds in the 5th qualifier this morning. As they'll look to push their way into the finals. And here they go. Getting caught up by that corner, trying to break free. All right. They're able to get back in the water. Our island hopper waving off his other island hopper, saying, hey, let these guys keep going. All right, looks like there's some issues with the Guano Loco boat, so they're going to take the DNF as they make their way towards the spin-out pool. All right, so Guano Loco makes their way back towards the boat launch. And it's going to be Purcell Racing revving up now. Jeff Purcell, the driver of this boat, with James Goldberg as navigator. They've had all clean runs to this point in the weekend. The green flag is up, and here they go. This rotation causing no issues for Purcell Racing to this point in the weekend, as every qualifier a clean run. .563, the official time there for the Purcell Racing 154A boat. ESP fans, Herman Brothers is proud to have been serving this great community for over 50 years now. ESP thanks you for your continued support, and we look forward to many more years of commitment and dedication to our great community. We thank you, Herman Brothers. Platypus Marine is one of the Pacific Northwest's largest indoor full-service shipyards. We specialize in marine refit, repair, and new construction. We provide services to government, commercial, fishing, and private vessels. Platypus Marine Incorporated is your partners for an exceptional project. Back down on the water now, we've got the 55 boat rearing up and ready to go. This is Checkmate Racing's Frank Toffmark and Kelly Toffmark. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I got a mess here because everything blows away. Yeah, if there's any note, for Checkmate in the 55 boat. Looking like that could very well be their best run of the weekend. .906 officially coming down as the time. It is indeed Frank and Kelly's best time of the weekend for Checkmate Racing. So a fine showing there to wrap up the qualifying rounds for that boat. Just about wrapped up with the modified class here. This is Purcell Racing back in the water as the 154B boat. So again, the difference between the A and B, different driver, different navigator. So we saw this boat a little bit ago, but now we're going to see it piloted by James Goldberg with Margaret Purcell as the navigator. And here they go. And that is going to be a clean run to wrap up the modified class qualifiers. 53.091, the final time coming in for the 154B boat. Again, that's James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell. That's going to wrap up the 6th and final round of qualifiers in the modified class. So the next time we see these teams will be in this afternoon's eliminations coming up shortly. In the water now, it's Cletus McFarland and Spicy Spence in the 1776 boat. This is Crash or Win. They've been very solid all weekend. Cletus and Spence running clean runs their entire time up here in the Pacific Northwest. The Mountain Dew decaled boat idles on up towards the starting line. And they're off! That's going to be a clean run. Just another day at the office for Crash Shore Win with a 46.217, 6 qualifying rounds for the 1776 boat, and 6 clean runs. I keep seeing my jacket in the background in that backpack, and I feel like it's somebody there. Offloading now is Fat Buddy Racing's Jesse and Kaylin Miller. Boat number 9, they had their best time of the weekend in the 5th round of qualifiers. Hoping that that time, or whatever time they post here, is strong enough to place them in the 8 cut. Green flag slowly raised. And here they go! And that's going to be a clean run for the Fat Buddies in the 9 boat. .892, so another solid run of under 49 seconds for Jesse Miller and Kaylin Miller. A reminder to our racing teams, as we're about halfway through this final round of qualifiers, immediately following the qualifying round, immediately following this qualifying round, we will be doing driver and navigator introductions. So remember, as we work our way through the Unlimiteds shortly here, please be ready to introduce yourselves to our fans. Boat 625 in the water now. This is Jolly Roger Racing's Matt Reardon and Madison Wurst. Reardon and Wurst had their best run of the weekend in the last qualifier, 53.242. And here they go. be a clean run as they shave more time for a team best of 51.703 for the 625 boat team. And fans, remember, if you're looking for some cash to spend around the park, don't fret. We do have those 2 ATM machines in the north and south ticket areas. Just keep your eyes out for that ATM sign, and there'll be some cash for you. Straight View Credit Union, locally owned and operated. Speaking of cash, Straight View Credit Union's been serving the Colum County for over 83 years, offering competitive loan and deposit accounts. Stop by our office or visit our website at svu.com. Here's boat 360A now. This is Jolly Rogers Racing as well. Chris and Jen Farmer. Just over 51 and a half seconds in the last qualifier. That's their best time of the weekend. Really coming out strong here. We can see the wake they're creating all around the park. And unfortunately, it's going to be a DNF. A DNF there, but again, they just ran a 51 and a half shortly before that, so. Hoping to be in good shape when it comes time to break down who will be in the 8 cut. The 360A boat, hoping that they find themselves in the elimination rounds. Boat 151 in the water now, Psycho Racing once again. Another one of our teams that has had all clean runs to this weekend. Driver Cole and Navigator Theron really getting down this rotation here at ESP. Idling up to the starting line, the orange and black. And here they go. And that's going to be a clean run. .464 your official time there. So another one of our race teams having a great weekend here at Extreme Sports Park with clean runs in all 6 qualifiers. Race fans, be sure to stop by at Northwest Ford dealers. Northwest Ford has a cool booth set up on Vendor Row. And they are a proud sponsor of Sprint Boat Racing. Come see us and check out the 2023 Bronco Badlands as well as the new F-150 Power Boost 430 horsepower, 500 pound-feet of torque, 12,000 pound towing capacity in a half-ton truck. Here's the 156 boat now, ready to go. And Bad Influence is off and running. Catching a little bit of land there, but able to hang on and stay in the water. As the day moves on, we can see the islands and surrounding outer beach area starting to get whittled away at by our racers. And that is going to be a clean run for Bad Influence. .003 is going to be their best time of the weekend. Shaving a little over 0.3 of a second off of their fifth qualifier there. And wrapping up what we were saying about our Ford dealer friends that are over in Vendor Row. We were telling you about that new F-150 Power Boost. The built-in 7.2 kilowatt power inverter will run your RV, your job site, or anything you need. Today, actually, that F-150 Power Boost is providing electricity for some of the vendors over in Vendor Row. So come and check us out at Northwest Ford Dealers. Boat 22 in the water now. Fat Buddies Phil Miller and Sam Hughes. Hoping to continue what's been a great weekend for them so far at ESP. And looking to carry that into this afternoon's elimination rounds. And that'll be a clean run. .45.432, the official time there for the 22 boat. Though that Fat Buddy boat 22 might as well be boat number 45. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 qualifiers in a row that they have been between 45 and 46 seconds. So a very impressive run for the 22 Fat Buddy boat, driven by Phil Miller and navigated by Sam Hughes. So you'll have to think that they're feeling confident as we're about halfway through our final round of qualifiers. Now on the water is boat 285, Pure Insanity. River and Cole also nailing this rotation down to this point with clean runs throughout the weekend. And they're off. And there's a clean run. .572, your official time there for Pure Insanity. Our race controller given the go-ahead for our next boat. After a thumbs up down on the boat launch, the 85 boat is in the water. This is the rookie team, Nuck and Futz, out again. Coming off their best time of the weekend. And here they go. Fishtailing a little bit out of the gate there, but able to hang on and keep control. Looks like Brad and Josh are getting more and more comfortable opening up their new sprint boat. Starting the weekend with their first qualifier at 90 seconds. They've shaved about a half a minute off that to this point. In the fifth qualifier, they were just over 60 seconds. I'd have to imagine that the goal for Brad and Josh here is to get under that 1 minute mark. Regardless, very impressive to see a rookie team, their first time on the water, having such a solid showing. And they're going to do it. They're going to break that 1 minute mark. So the 85 boat, in their first experience ever in sprint boat racing, have improved from yesterday at 90.274 seconds when they first started out to now a sixth round qualifying time of 57.721. So how about the rookie Brad Castle and Josh Reynolds? Just 4 boats remaining in the 400 class here before we move on to our Unlimiteds and then the finals. Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer in the water now and preventing insanity. The red and black Rogers racing boat idling on up to the starting line. Our flagger looking on, slowly raising that green flag. And they're off. And that's going to be a clean run. A 45.911 is going to be the best time of the weekend for the Preventing Insanity boat. As they look to get loaded back up onto their trailer and towed back to safety by our awesome Jeep teams. These Jeep teams do such a great job throughout our events at ESP, navigating with each other, communicating, making sure we keep an efficient show going in and out. So we want to thank our Jeep teams for all that they do here. And speaking of Jeeps, we do have another Jeff Halstead photography giveaway. Got one of his 2024 Sprint Boat calendars. Again, I said we appreciate our Jeep crews. If you are rocking any Jeep gear, Jeep hat, Jeep shirt, Jeep hoodie, Jeep jacket, first one up here wearing Jeep gear, you get a free 2024 Jeff Halstead Sprint Boat calendar. So if you have any Jeep representation on you today, come on over. First one here gets this fine looking photography. And Guano Loco is up and running. And that's going to be a clean run. All right, we had our Jeep wearing fan come claim their calendar. In the meantime, an official time of Guano Loco of 56.154. Live wire in the water now, the 02 boat. The young Matt Denson driving with Dad Vaughn, the navigator. They ran a 53.136 in the fifth qualifier. That's the best run they've had this weekend in that boat. And they're off. So they catch that island, but they're able to hang on. So jumping into the water, quickly waving off the flagger, saying, no, 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 we're good. We're going for it. Taking a brief shortcut across the island there, but still staying on rotation. As we see Vaughn pointing the way home, it's going to be a clean run. .858, the official time there for Matt Denson and Von Trapp, the local team in the 02 live wire boat. The last of the 400s in the water now, Jolly Roger's 360B boat. The 360B driver navigator team is going to be Nicole Brown and Amy Thomason. Their best time at this point in the weekend is a 56.784. Looking to improve upon that here. And they're off. Able to regain control. At these speeds, just the slightest over or under correction can mean meeting some land, but so far racers doing a great job of staying on rotation, keeping their heads in the game. Headed down the home stretch now, Nicole and Amy with a clean run. And that's going to be a 57.365 for the Jolly Rogers 360B boat. And with that, we wrap up our 400 class of qualifiers. It's time for the last class of qualifiers and the last round of qualifiers as we move on to the Unlimiteds before this afternoon's elimination rounds begin. As our unlimited boats scatter to get started at the final round of qualifiers, here are a couple of notes to pass along. One of our unlimiteds, Stars and Stripes, the 96 boat, driven by Burt Roberts and navigated by Luke Stewart. After a DNF in the fifth qualifier, information coming out about a busted engine, they're going to be out for the day. But still, up to this point yesterday, they'd had a very solid round. So 96 may be done for the day, but how about a quick hand for that Stars and Stripes team? Again, Stars and Stripes out for the day, but yesterday really put on a show for us. Under 50 seconds on all their qualifiers. Meanwhile, scheduled to come out first in this round, the TNT Racing boat, 66M, the A version of the boat with Dylan Cummins and Jacob Salih. They're currently on the 5-minute clock as they work to get in the water on time. So the bootlegger boat is going to start things off here in the final round. This is the 33M boat. Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds coming off their best run of the weekend. Flying out of the starting line there. Looked like they caught about 3 feet of air and gave our flagger a bath. M with a clean run. .144. That is their best time in that bootlegger 33M boat. 45.144. What a run for Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds. Again, reminder to racers and navigators, following this unlimited qualifying round, we will be doing driver introductions. So please, if you haven't already, please, if you have completed your qualifiers, start making your way to the track entrance near the tower here so we can do driver introductions immediately following this qualifying round before we go to lunch. All right, looking down at the boat launch there, we see the communication going on with that TNT Racing boat. Looks like they're ready to go, so their team giving them a push into the water. Again, this is Dylan Cummings and Jacob Salee. A DNF in their last round, but yesterday they did have 3 clean runs. The yellow and black Jeepers Creepers boat rolling on up to the starting line, and they're off. Clean run. That's going to be their best run of the weekend.
Say again.
49.583 the official time there for the TNT Racing 66M boat, the A version of that 66M boat. Wicked Racing being offloaded from their Jeep now. Their Jeep, a spitting image of the boat, just a version of it with 4 wheels. Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson idling up to the starting line. They've had 4 DNFs on their home course this weekend, just 1 clean run. Seeing if they can make it 2 right here. And Wicked Racing with a clean run. .269 the final time for the Wicked Racing team there. And at first glance here, that 44.269 looks like it's the best time of the weekend in the unlimited class. So a very good run there by Wicked Racing. Sounded like there were some issues turning over down in the boat launch for a minute for TNT Racing, but now the 99M boat seems to be up and running as they're being offloaded as we speak. Veteran racer Tim Cummings with navigator Mike Kirksey in the water now. They have one clean run this weekend to this point as well. Just under 49 seconds in the third qualifier yesterday. Hoping to trim some time off with a clean run here. And Tim punches it, and they're off. And that's going to be a DNF for the 99M boat. Missing a turn after taking that corner, resulting in the DNF for TNT Racing there. Fans, we have just a few boats remaining before we do our driver introductions and our lunch with our halftime entertainment for you. Be sure to stick around during our brief lunch hour near the track so you can watch some awesome jet ski entertainment. And if you're wondering what to have for lunch, remember, we've got plenty of vendors up on the berm, as well as Olympus hot dogs over by the beer garden and Tut Sweet over by the pits. Boat 13 in the water now, Fat Buddy Racing, Scott Saxon, Tater Reichert. By far their best run of the weekend in the last qualifier. Catching that island, are they able to stay on the track? It's gonna be a DNF. The Fat Buddy boat hop, skipping, and jumping across the islands this morning, resulting in a DNF. Not to worry, though, as it appears everybody is just fine. A very smooth DNF, you could say there, and another opportunity for a great photo for you folks. Take a look at the Fat Buddy boat there, 13. And our island hoppers will get them back in the water there. Only four boats remaining in the unlimited class before we move on to the elimination rounds. Race teams in the modifieds and 400s, if you haven't already, please begin making your way towards the track entrance near the towers. We will be doing driver introductions in just a moment here. Driver introductions immediately following the unlimited qualifier. Fans, we were telling you earlier about Fall Fest that's scheduled for a whole weekend of fun, the 22nd through the 24th, just a couple of weeks away. A couple of tidbits to add along of what to expect. There's going to be a 4x4 and side-by-side competition, multiple classes, and hosting a Northwest Unlimited series. There's also going to be a haunted hayride. The haunted hayride, it's starting at dusk every night at Fall Fest. So a couple other cool things to look forward to for you and your family. Bring the kids out, have a great time here at Extreme Sports Park. And remember, fans, as we approach the lunch hour, outside alcohol not allowed within the sprint boat fenced area. When drinking alcohol within the park, please stay in designated areas. We do have folks here to help maintain these rules. They will be courteous in reminding you, please be courteous to them. All right, qualifying back underway here in the Unlimited class. Bad Habit Racing, the 36 boat, looking to break their bad habit right now. They've had 3 consecutive DNFs, looking for a clean run here. And they're off. And it's going to be a DNF. They knew it and went racing back towards the starting line. So with the DNF, Bad Habit Racing looking at their best time of the weekend as a 54.721, hoping it's going to be good enough to make their way into the 8 cut. We will find out right after lunch. Here's Vaughn Trapp and Matt Denson again, the Live Wire team, showing off their 02M Unlimited Series boat here. They had a DNF this morning. Yesterday, though, they did have 4 clean runs, so they have really been getting a hang of this boat. Idling up to the starting line in that white boat. And they're off. Our Island Hoppers rushing over there, checking in on the Live Wire team, hoping that everybody's okay. Again, folks, these are some high-powered, high-octane machines as they go crashing into the wall there, leaving skid marks in the dirt behind them. Our Island Hoppers checking in, making sure that our driver and navigator are okay over there. EMTs rushing out to check. And attention Extreme Sports Park, if we could get the tractor out for assistance with that wreck, if we could get the tractor out onto the track, please. Everyone checking in on Vaughn and Matt. They really hit that fence hard. Looked from here like the nose end went right through it, but they're okay. They're all right. Giving a thumbs up to the crowd. Let's give it up for the 02 M boat. They're working on. And Buster, we are going to need 1 bale of hay. 1 bale of hay, please. So our tractor is en route to help out with this live wire boat. They're also going to get a bale of hay there to fix the fence. As they hit that at full bore. And that, folks, is why we have these reinforced fences here at Extreme Sports Park. Our area fans there got an up-close look at just how much power these boats are packing, and when they come out of the water like that, they can really go flying. So that's why we have these safety precautions in place with our fences and the barriers a few feet behind them, because as you saw there, no matter how strong we make these fences, the nose of those boats, if they hit it just right, could end up going right through it. And just looking at that boat from here, it looked like on the front end on the right side, you can see an indent on the nose there. Vaughn and Matt looking like they're okay. Fans, let's give a round of applause to Vaughn and Matt as they walk through for you. Glad to see they're okay. And coming into the day today, they had 4 awesome qualifiers yesterday with that 02 M boat. Maybe getting a little excited with how good their times were yesterday and trying to even beat those. Good to see that everyone's okay. And then you can see the safety suits that they have there they're carrying. So thankfully, with these safety precautions that ASBR has in place, we can keep these drivers and navigators safe. They've got the fire retardant suits on. They've got their helmets. Within the boat, they're strapped in, body restraints, neck restraints. Your navigator actually, because they're controlling the whole direction of the race with their left arm, because they actually keep their right arm locked in. Because cases like that, when you don't know when you might go landborne, you don't want your right arm flying out of the boat when you're headed towards the ground or towards a fence. So thankfully, these safety precautions work out beautifully here, keeping Matt and Vaughn safe. And a behind-the-scenes look at ESP here, just all of what goes into making these events work. You probably didn't even notice these guys in the background, this heavy equipment coming out. We have hay bales and heavy equipment available to come in and immediately do some patchwork for us, some repairs for our fences to keep our fans and spectators safe and to keep our show moving along. And these are some of the unheralded workers and volunteers at these events. So you might not be able to hear us because that's a big heavy piece of equipment, but let's give a hand to our heavy equipment operators helping to keep the show going. Thank you so much, guys. And while they're doing those repairs, guys, we have just a couple of boats left before we go and enjoy our lunch hour with you folks. It'll be just a brief break in the action. During that time, if you want to grab a bite to eat, let me tell you a little bit about what is being offered around the park today. So up on the berm, Knights of Columbus, the Port Angeles Knights of Columbus is serving hamburgers with cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, and grilled onions, All proceeds will go to charity, so be sure to pick up a burger, drink, and chips. Northwest Sugar Shack is up there as well, offering Red Bull spritzers, root beer floats, ice cream, and cheesecake. Also serving smoked barbecue pulled pork sandwiches with coleslaw, chips, and a drink. Sweet Clouds and Candy Dreams is offering a variety of mouth-melting cotton candy. And if you need your coffee fix, Fogtown Coffee has a trailer up on the berm there, on the berm in the food court with a full espresso menu. Aloha Smoothies is offering a variety of cold fresh fruit smoothies as well, made with real fruit juice and the freshest of fruits around. So come cool off with one of Aloha Smoothies. Also, Egg Roll Hut is serving delicious egg rolls and stir fry. Quench your thirst with some Thai tea as well. Highland County Donuts up there also. Swing by and grab a box of the freshest of fresh donuts made on site. And Pizza Hut is up on the berm as well, offering cheese and pepperoni pizza by the slice with a cold soda. And of course, before lunch, we've got our Island Hoppers working to keep you entertained. They said, we were just working hard with Vaughn and Matt. It's time for us to have some fun. So we'll let the Island Hoppers play with you for a minute before we get started again. Now down there in the beer garden, folks, how are you doing down in the beer gardens today? All right, cool. Hey, if you guys are getting hungry as well, don't forget you've got Olympus hot dogs down there. They've got a variety of gourmet hot dogs and nachos. If I was in the beer gardens, I'm sure by now I would totally be ready to just destroy a thing of nachos. And also, over by the pits here, if you're hanging out in this area, Toot Sweet is serving delicious Indian tacos and fry bread with butter and homemade jam. So there's a quick little overview of what to expect at our food vendors around the area. We have our fence fix in place there, that big old hay bale, keeping our fans safe. We've got the Wicked Racing, or the Live Wire Racing boat being pulled up out of the water now. So Live Wire Racing's O2M boat coming out of the water. And we are ready to resume our final qualifier, just a couple of boats remaining. So we've got Eric Werner and Tina Huff approaching the starting line now in the 39M boat, representing Jolly Rogers Racing. The green flag raised once again, and we are back underway. And that is going to be a clean run. .969 the official time coming down there for the Jolly Rogers team. 44.969. One more reminder, drivers and navigators, after this last boat here, we're going to be doing driver introduction. So if you haven't already, please make your way over to the track entrance right over by the announcing tower here. We're going to get you announced right away so you can take a quick break before elimination rounds. So our final boat in the unlimited rounds, in our final round of qualifying, is Psycho Racing. Kyle Patrick and Aaron Hansen. Aaron, his navigator, coming to us all the way from New Zealand, the birthplace of sprint boat racing 50 years ago. As jet sprint boat racing continues to grow into a worldwide sport, pleased to have him joining us here in the States today. Psycho Racing, the 151M boat. They had a DNF in their last round, but yesterday was running solid, clean runs all day long. The green flag is out. Here they go. And that's going to be a clean run to wrap up the final round of qualifiers for the 151M boat, Full Tilt Racing. 43.060, what a run by Psycho Racing. So putting on a show to wrap up our qualifier rounds with the best run so far this weekend in the Unlimiteds. All right, folks, so that wraps up our qualifiers. Eliminations coming up shortly. Is everybody having a good time so far? All right. Well, we're going to give our drivers and navigators a couple of minutes here to recoup and our timers some time to tally the numbers. We're going to go ahead and introduce you to our drivers and navigators now. So drivers and navigators, we're going to send you out in just a minute here. So please be ready to go. We're going to introduce you to the fans and then give you a little break. And the Sprint Boat Racing family is just that, folks. It is a family. These guys, a lot of them family teams. Everyone involved in the crews, mothers, daughters, sons, brothers, husbands, wives. Dogs, lots of dogs, lots of dogs. Lots of cute little dogs running around here. But anyway, we're going to introduce these guys to you. Starting off in the modified class, representing Fear Not Racing, Clint Birch and Terry Lovell in the 623 boat. For Full Tilt, Selden Glebe and Scarlett Taylor. With Guano Loco, Sammy Stihl and Larry Stihl. Representing Purcell Racing, Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. With Checkmate Racing, Frank and Kelly Toftemark. With Nut Deep Racing, Jay Correa and Dale Correa. Full Tilt Racing, Scarlett Taylor and Sophia Taylor. And in the modified class, wrapping things up, James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell with Purcell Racing. Representing the 400 class this week, Crash or Wins, Cletus McFarland and Spicy Spence. Fat Buddy Racing's Jesse Miller and Kaylin Miller. Jolly Roger 625 boat, Mike Reardon and Madison Worst. Jolly Rogers 360A boat, Chris Farmer and Jen Farmer. In the straight sideways boat 44, Dan Hatch and Wendy Wright. Behind the wheel in the Psycho Racing 151 boat, Cole Patrick and Theron Weaver. In the 156 boat, Bad Influence, Stephen Church and Randy Church. Representing the 22 boat for Fat Buddy Racing, Phil Miller and Sam Hughes. In the 285 boat, Pure Insanity, River Rogers and Cole Keats. The rookies in the 85 boat, their first time out here, the Nuck and Futz crew, Brad Castle and Josh Reynolds. Preventing Insanities, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. The Guano Loco, boat 21, Larry Stihl and Sammy Stihl. We all got a good up and personal look at them just a moment ago. Live Wires, Matt Denson and Vaughn Trapp. And Jolly Rogers, Nicole Brown and Amy Thomason. Ladies and gentlemen, your 400 class of the ASBR Sprint Boat Racing Series. On to the Unlimiteds, TNT Racing's Dylan Cummings and Jacob Salee. Bootlegger, boat 33M, Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds. In the 96 boat, Stars and Stripes, Burt Roberts and Luke Stewart. Wicked Racing's Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. TNT Racing's Tim Cummings and Mike Kirksey. Representing the 13 boat for the Fat Buddies, Scott Saxton and Tadra Reichert. In the 36 boat, Bad Habit, Scott Rapp and Jalen Rapp. Jolly Rogers, Eric Werner and Tina Huff. Psycho Racing's Kyle Patrick and Aaron Hansen. And TNT Racing's Paul Garr and Jacob Salee. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series teams. Sponsored, of course, by Stihl. All right, thank you so much, guys. Go ahead and take a little break, relax, check on those boats, get ready for your final qualifiers. Fans, you may notice some buzzing going on down in the boat launch. We've got some great halftime entertainment coming right up for you. We've got our jet ski friends in the house today. Our jet ski friends are the West Coast Surf Riders and the PNW Water X Racer Groups. PNW Water X had a 4-race IJSBA sanctioned series this year at locations throughout Washington State. The West Coast Surf Riders Group and the PNW Water X Group can both be found on Facebook. They're always looking for new stand-up and sit-down racers and surf riders to join their events and special ride events. Reach out to them on Facebook if you have any interest in riding surf or racing on a jet ski in the Northwest. Some of the featured riders you'll see here are IJSBA World Champion Tanner Thomas. You'll see him doing some backflips and other aerial tricks in the spin-out on-court halftime show. Tanner is also the first person to ever land a double backflip off the leeway on horseback. Tanner is originally from Ketchikan, Alaska, and currently lives in the Seattle area. Watch for Tanner on the Black Rock Mountain sponsor Richter City to the Moon in the spin-out. These competitive flatwater freestyle skis can cost anywhere between 45 grand. They're built out of carbon fiber and have very fine-tuned 900 to 1400 cc two-stroke engines. And although Tanner isn't currently competing, he still does exhibition shows, pool parties, corporate events, and other events, and he hasn't lost any of his skills, as you will see today. For more details or to book a show, be sure to check out tannerthomas.weebly.com. Henry Lee is another jet ski freestyle rider that's here today and an up-and-coming world championship level competitor. You can't miss Henry on his bright pink Lee Stone Revolver freestyle ski. Henry is going to be joining Tanner on the track today to put on a show for all you fans out there. As you can see him down in the spin-out pool. Henry hails from the Portland area, and this is his first time coming to a sprint boat race, so welcome, Henry. We also have a very talented rider named Brian Wells here on what's called a jet surf. You'll see that this board looks quite a bit different from the jet skis. The jet surf is essentially a carbon fiber surfboard that's hollow inside and gets its propulsion from a jet pump being powered by a small two-stroke motor that is inside of the board. Brian controls the power of the engine with a hand control. And many of the jet skis here are actually built for surf riding in the Pacific Ocean. This group of riders that consistently ride surf are called the West Coast Surf Riders and typically ride in Grayland, Washington, Pacific City, Oregon, and Pismo Beach, California. There are also a few here that race jet skis in the Northwest Water X Race Series to qualify for the IGSBA World Finals competition in Lake Havasu, Arizona, coming up in October. So fans, we're going to give our race teams a little bit of a break here to grab something to eat, and we'll be back with our finals in just a few minutes. In the meantime, enjoy the show.
All right, folks, we're just getting a little bite to eat here. Trying to give you somewhat of a jet ski show without having to actually film it, so we can get a lunch break in too. We do have the audio muted from the announcer and just ambient boat mics because they are playing copyrighted music over the track speakers during lunch, and we don't want to get in trouble with YouTube or Facebook. So that's why we do that. We'll be back racing in about 30 minutes, would be my guess. So stick around. The best part is yet to come.
because I want to drive. And I'm like, not quite. But we love it. We absolutely love it. And it's, just an awesome mother-daughter experience. What mom and daughter get to go out and race boats and do what we do.
That is amazing. So very cool. And then you got off to a good start this morning, couple of clean runs, and then in the second half of the day after lunch, a couple of did not starts. So, and I heard there was an issue with the boat and a little bit of teamwork to get things back on track. So what's going on with the boat? What's the update there?
Okay, so what happened was part of our grate snapped off and it sucked into our pump and it bent one of our impellers. So we started just dismantling everything. We figured out what was wrong, and then a couple of our fellow teams, and this is what I love about this sport, is a camaraderie. 2 teams came together. One person, Phil Miller, he had extra impellers for us, so we bought those off of him. And then another team, they have a welder, so we're able to re-weld and put our grate back together. And we could have kind of jerry-rigged it so we could run today, but we just wanted to do it right to make sure that, no other mishaps happened. And so that's what we're doing this evening. So tomorrow, the boat will be solid and we'll be back out there. We're super excited.
Awesome. Well, looking forward to seeing you back out there tomorrow. Again, talking to Scarlett Taylor, Scarlett and Sophie, a mother-daughter team of Full Tilt Racing. And if you see Scarlett around, folks, be sure to wish her a happy birthday because her birthday is coming up next week. Thanks again, Scarlett.
Thank you.
So just a little example there of the teamwork and the family atmosphere that is the Stihl American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series. Momentarily, we will be getting underway with our 8 cut, the first round of eliminations here. So our official timer has checked over everybody's numbers from the last 2 days and compiled 3 sets of an 8 class. We've got our modified class, our 400 class, and our unlimiteds, of course. Currently, the modified boats getting ready on the boat ramp. It's going to be a competition between the 199 boat, Guano Loco, the 71 boat, Nut Deep, 03B Full Tilt, 03A Full Tilt, the 154A Purcell Racing boat, the 154B Purcell Racing boat, the 55 Checkmate boat, and the 623 Fear Not boat. That will be getting started in just one moment. And how is everybody enjoying the venue that is Extreme Sports Park so far this weekend? We have one remaining calendar of our ASBR boats, beautifully photographed by Jeff Hallstad, that we want to give away to our fans today. This is a 2024 calendar full of some beautiful photography of these sprint boats in action. If you are here at the park today and representing Extreme Sports Park with your Extreme Sports Park gear, the first fan up here wearing Extreme Sports Park gear, whether it be a hat, tank top, jacket, or whatever, you can take home this beautiful calendar courtesy of Jeff Hallstad Photography. Got to be the ESP. And again, that would be Extreme Sports Park wear. So looks like we see somebody running down the home stretch. Here we go. Congrats. All right, so we had our last calendar claimed. Thank you again, guys, for representing Extreme Sports Park and the ASBR community. We're so happy to have us here today. We've got engines revving up on the boat ramp, so how about we get started with some finals? Do you need a sheet? You got one already?
Yeah, she gave me one.
Okay, she gave me 2.
Because I was riding by and she just
Okay, no
handed
worries.
it out.
Pushing off into the water right now is the Guano Loco boat 199, Sammy and Larry Stihl. They made the final 8 today with a best time this weekend of 64.803 to this point. Their next goal is to make it to the 4 cut. The green flag is up, and the 8 cut has begun. And that is going to be a clean run. So Guano Locos starting off strong in the 8 cut here, 63.667 for Sammy and Larry Stihl. So a 63.667 for Guano Loco. The next boat scheduled out was the 71 boat, not deep, but word coming in that they are receiving a did not start. Moving on to our next boat, it's going to be Full Tilt Racing's 03B boat. We just heard from her. It's going to be Scarlett Taylor with her daughter, Sophia Taylor. As they are being guided into the water by their teammates. The mother-daughter team giving a wave to the fans as they idle up to the starting line in their quest for the checkered flag. Flagger looking on, slowly raising that green flag up. And full tilt ahead. And that's going to be a clean run for the mother-daughter duo. 68.402, 68.402 for Full Tilt Racing. Scarlett Taylor and Sophia Taylor. So a clean run there for the Full Tilt Racing 03B boat. One of our unique situations happening now, where we have occasionally our drivers and navigators changing out in the same boat. So out next, actually, in the order of the timings for the 8 count, is the 03A version of the Full Tilt boat. That's Selden Glebe and Scarlett Taylor. So what's happening right now is things have to go in order in the elimination rounds. They can't skip anybody that's put on the clock. So what's going on right now is the Full Tilt boat has been docked again temporarily, so Scarlett and Sophia can hop out. Selden Glebe can hop in as the driver, and then Scarlett will scooch over to the navigator side and be his navigator. And as soon as they're ready to roll, we'll continue on with the second version of the Full Tilt 03 boat. This will be the 03A version. They'll be hitting the waves here in just a moment. Giving us a moment to thank Lakeside Industries of the Olympic Peninsula Division, a proud sponsor of Extreme Sports Park, and would like to welcome sprint boat racers and fans. Come see Lakeside today for all your paving needs on the Olympic Peninsula. Also, Extreme Sports Park wants to thank the many countless volunteers that have come out to make this event possible. We wouldn't be able to do it without you. Take a moment when you see someone in a staff shirt again and say thanks for their help. And don't forget, coming up in just a couple of weeks is Fall Fest here at ESP, our next big event that's scheduled, September 22nd through the 24th. New this year, we have our final Survivor demo race and 4x4 Unlimited Series obstacle racing show. We'll also have, backed by popular demand, Axe Throwing Alley, Pumpkin Patch, Haze Maze, hay rides, petting zoo, bounce houses, face painting, live music, a beer garden, and all the food you can think of. There are so many things to do that we can't list them all. This is an awesome adventure for a weekend of fun for you and the whole family. Family day tickets are free for kids 5 and under, just $8 to $10 for children, and adults are $20. Free parking and tokens are available for purchase on arrival. We will see you there. And then, looking down the road a little bit more as fall is on the horizon, we want to send a big thank you out to last year's Halloween sponsors. We wanted people to know that we are again hosting the free Trick or Treat Trail event again this fall, and we are working hard to make this year's event a huge success. If you would like to be a sponsor, please contact us here at Extreme Sports Park. So that 03 boat has been on the clock as they switch over to the 03A team, Selden Glebe and Scarlett Taylor. They were at under 3 minutes remaining, but now they're revved up and ready to go. Selden has assumed his position as a driver. Scarlett ready to go as the navigator. Unloaded back into the water now and ready to go. Selden idling on up towards the starting line, hoping to push his way into the forecut. And they're off. Selden's best time of this weekend was a 57.725. He ran that this morning during the 5th qualifying round. And boat 03A, Full Tilt Racing, Selden Glebe and Scarlett Taylor with a clean run. Purcell Racing offloading into the water now. the 154A boat. It's Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. Their best time this weekend came yesterday afternoon when they ran a 55.664. The jet black jet sprint boat idling up to the starting line. And they're off. And that is going to be a clean run, the best time we've seen so far here in the 8 cut. It's Purcell Racing's 154A, Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. 58.116, the official time showing on the clock there. And we're going to have a similar situation here with the 154 boat. Purcell Racing colleagues James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell will be taking over momentarily. So what's going to happen here? Jeff's going to hop out. James is going to jump over into the driver's seat as the 154B version. Margaret's going to get in as the navigator, and they'll get back underway. They are on that clock while they get this all moved around. So they're going to have less than 5 minutes now to get resituated and ready to make a run at the 4 count. And ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 Stihl American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series is happy to be sponsored by Stihl. Get extreme performance in your backyard with Stihl battery tools, from mowers to trimmers and chainsaws to blowers. Battery power made by Stihl, starting at just $199.99. Find your local Stihl dealer at stihldealers.com. And once more, we do want to recognize the Cascade Renegade Riders that are here to support the Burn Children's Recovery Foundation. All donations to the Cascade Renegade Riders will be sent to help with the recovery of bird children. If you would like to donate, please drop off your information by the tower after the show today. A couple other sponsors for us to thank today. CHS Propane is pleased to sponsor Wicked Racing. CHS Propane is your full-service propane company servicing the Olympic Peninsula, locally owned and operated by trained and experienced professionals dedicated to customer satisfaction and your safety. Did you know that the park has no electricity? We actually run everything off generators. CHS Propane supplies our big generator with all the fuel we need to keep things running. We thank you all at CHS. You're awesome. All right, sounds like Purcell Racing's up and running again down at the boat launch. James and Margaret ready to go. James revving his engine a little bit, getting a feel for the driver's side after riding along as navigator just moments ago. The green flag is up. And here they go. $154B with a clean run. $53.512 the official time there. Awesome run by James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell. So far, that's going to be the top time in this 8 cut as they look to move on to the 4 cut here shortly. Checkmate Racing in the water now. The Checkmate boat number 55. Frank and Kelly top to mark. They've had a great weekend here at Extreme Sports Park. Several runs under 51 seconds. A couple under 50. The green flag is up, and they're up. Kelly waves Frank towards a clean run for Checkmate Racing in the 55 boat. Clock showing that they beat that 50-second mark yet again. $49.614 the official time for Checkmate Racing. 49.614. Update for you fans, if you're looking for some dessert, a pretty awesome special going on over at the Fogtown Coffee Trailer right now. They've got some Dippin' Dots at a special discount for you, 2 for $6. So if you want some Dippin' Dots, go check out Fogtown Coffee, special discount, 2 for $6. $6.23 in the water now. This is going to be the last of the modifieds in the 8 cut here. Clint Birch and Terry Lovell for Fear Not Racing. Green flag is up. And here they go. And Fear Not Racing with a clean run. That's a solid way to wrap up the 8 cut for the modifieds. A 49.695. A great run there for Clint and Terry with Fear Not Racing. And if you're interested in getting involved in sprint boat racing and interested in buying a boat, that one you just saw, Clint let me know a couple weeks ago, they're going to be selling that boat at the end of the season. So if you're interested, be sure to check out that Fear Not Racing boat and talk to Clint or Terry, and that boat possibly could be yours. And looking at the numbers, to me, it looks like you're going to be seeing that boat again in the 4 cut very soon. So next we're going to move into our 400 class of racers. The final 8 in their order that will be going out. The 625 Jolly Rogers boat, the 360A Jolly Rogers boat, the 156 Bad Influence boat, the 9 Fat Buddy boat, the 285 Pure Insanity boat, the 1776 Crasher Wind boat, the 27 Preventing Insanity boat, and the 22 Fat Buddy boat. Who's first and second? 1, 2, 4, 3. Okay, that's easy enough. Thank you. Numbers have been tallied for the 8 count that we just saw in the modifieds. Moving on to the finals is going to be the 154A and 154B Purcell Racing boats, as well as the 623 Fear Not boat that we just saw, and the 55 Checkmate boat. So those will be your final 4 in the modified class. .400 Class 8 cut underway now. Mike Reardon and Madison Wurst in the 625 boat making their way towards the starting line. And here they go. They had their best run of the day in the last qualifier, under 52 seconds. We'll see what they can do here in the 8 cut. Cutting through those corners pretty smoothly. Headed down the home stretch. That's going to be a clean run. That time of 50.786 is their best run of the day, and what a time to have it here in the 8 cut for Jolly Rogers 625. The 360A boat coming out next, also Jolly Rogers Racing. This is Chris and Jen Farmer. This morning they had their best run of the weekend, a 51.5, 51.517. Seeing what they have left here as we go into the 8 cut, and they're off. Our island hoppers keeping a close eye on the 360 boat. Skipping onto the island a little bit there, but able to regain control. Here comes that troublesome curve, but they take it well. Just need to coast in there now. That'll be a clean run. .154 the official time here. 51.154 for Jolly Rogers in the 360A boat. Bad Influence coming out next. The 156 boat, Stephen and Randy Church. Coming off their best time of the day in the final qualifier just before lunch. They ran a 50.003. If they were to repeat a time like that, that would give them the lead here in the 8 cut. The red, white, and blue idling up to the starting line. The flag is waved and they're off. There's that curve. Hanging in there. What a correction. Got caught up in their own wake for a second, but able to hang on. That was impressive. It's going to be a clean run. A very solid run there by Bad Influence. 50.873 for the 156 boat. Fat Buddy Racing up next, the number 9 boat, Jesse and Kaylin Miller. Sporting the Fat Buddy black and orange. Here they go. Keep it straight for a clean run. That's going to be the top time so far. 7.72, 48.772 for Fat Buddy Racing. That's going to give them the time to beat right now in the 8 class. Coming out now is Pure Insanity. Boat 285. Spend 30 seconds with me and Andrew in the announcing tent. You don't know what these are. The green flag is up. And here they go. Pure Insanity cutting through the channels. The talented young racing team catches a little bit of land right there, but able to correct and stay on track. Boat 285 with a clean run and a nice little spin out afterwards. .008 for River Rogers and Cole Keats. That's now your top time in the 8 cut for the 400 class. During that spin out, the 285 boat may have gotten bogged down by a bit of water coming back in as they slowly make their way back to the boat ramp. More than halfway through our 8 cut in the 400 class here, just 3 boats remaining to decide who will make it to the 400 class's final 4. Now in the boat, it's Crash or Win, Cletus McFarland, and Spicy Spence in the 1776 boat. The second-year racer has had a great run so far here in Port Angeles this weekend. Hoping he can carry that over into the finals here. Green flag is up. And they're off. Looks like they're going to have another one here, as that is a clean run. So Crasher win with a clean run there. No DNFs to this point. .754, that's going to have them jump up to the 1 spot in the 400s. Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer in the water now, the Preventing Insanity boat. The boat 27 ready to go. And their shot at making it into the four-cut has begun. In his two qualifying rounds this morning, the Preventing Insanity boat has had some exceptional times, getting under 47 seconds in the fifth round and under 46 seconds in the sixth round, and another clean run here in the 8-cut. .240 for Preventing Insanity. As our 400 class continues to beat each other up, one best time after another. Just one boat left in the class, Fat Buddy Racing's 22 boat, Phil Miller and Sam Hughes. Phil Miller, the most recent ASBR winner in the 22 boat in the last ASBR event in Ontario. They're ready to go, eagerly awaiting their start. The flag is waved and they're off. Roaring out of the gates, the 22 Fat Buddy boat. A special sound to that 22 engine. That's going to be a clean run. Say again. So Phil Miller and Sam Hughes put on a show to wrap up the 8-cut there with the best time of the 400 class, 45.782. So moving on to the 4-cut in the 400 class. In the 4-cut, we will see Pure Insanity, Crash or Win, Preventing Insanity, and the 22 Fat Buddy boat. We'll see those four battle it out for the final two momentarily. Now, though, time to start off the 8-cut in the Unlimiteds. Here's boat 66M starting things off. It's Dylan Cummings and Jacob Salee and the TNT Racing boat. It is going to be a DNF. So a DNF to start off the 8 cuts of the unlimited class. Dylan and Jacob will have to hope there's a few other DNFs here in order for them to possibly make the 4 cut. Out next is Live Wire, the 02M boat. Vaughn Trapp and Matt Denson. Wasn't sure after that crash into the fence earlier if they were going to be able to have that boat operating for the 8 cut, but they do indeed, as they're guided into the water by their team. As they approach the starting line, you can see the hit that boat took. Significant damage to the front right end of the boat, but still operable. The green flag is up. And they're off. So impressive to see that they were even able to get that boat running. Able to represent the 8 cut, but a DNF. That boat's been through the ringer and through the fence today, so a valiant effort by the 02M boat and our island hoppers. Getting some more work in. So they'll help Vaughn and Matt get that boat back in the water. So 2 boats so far in the 8 cut for the Unlimiteds, 2 DNFs. After 0 DNFs in the modifieds and 400s to start the 8 cut. So the island hoppers heave-hoeing that boat back into the water. And we'll be back underway here in just a couple of moments. So as some of our island hoppers remain, they want to keep busy too, and they want to make the fans happy. So getting ready to slingshot some more gear out there. So keep your eyes on them. Even during our downtime, always something happening here at Extreme Sports Park. So make sure you keep your energy up with Rev Up energy drinks, proudly made in the Pacific Northwest without any synthetic ingredients, family owned and operated with a focus of supporting local charities and events. Today, Rev Up Energy Drinks is donating our proceeds to the Burned Children's Recovery Foundation. Head down to T-Shirt Row and get your Rev Up on. Aeroseptic Tank of Port Angeles is wishing everyone a great time, and thanks to ESP for putting on such great family entertainment. Angeles Electric Incorporated is also a proud to sponsor Extreme Sports Park and support the sprint boat races in Port Angeles. Family owned since 1954, Angeles Electric can help you with your residential, commercial, or industrial needs. And after that, boat needed a hand there. Once again, talking about your land vehicles, Les Schwab stores and employees don't just sell tires and brakes. We take care of our neighbors and are part of the community. We're committed to service in our stores and service in our communities because when our communities succeed, it's good for all of us. All right, so the O2M boat off the track now has us ready to resume in the 8 cut here. Out next is going to be TNT Racing's Tim Cummings and Mike Kirksey in the 99M boat. Tim and Mike making the 8 cut with a 48.949 that they ran during the 3rd round of qualifiers during yesterday's qualifying rounds. And they're looking to be the first unlimited crew with a clean run here in the 8 cut. Tim and Mike both in all black safety suits in their black and yellow boat. And they're ready to go. They came out strong, really flying along. Plenty of acceleration on that run. Unfortunately, a wrong turn is going to result in a DNF for the 99M TNT Racing boat. So 3 boats so far, 3 DNFs, 5 boats remaining here in the 8 cut for the Unlimiteds. So with the 3 DNFs to start this 8 cut, if there were to be more than 4 DNFs here, it would look at the previous best times for these runs during qualifiers to see who would advance to the 4 cut. This is Bootlegger Racing. Off to a great start. And there it is. That's our first clean run. Stars and Stripes blew up their engine, right? 47.130, the official time there. 47.130. They blew up their engine, right? Stars and Stripes. So Bootlegger so far, the only unlimited boat with a clean run, and not just any clean run, a very good time of 47.130. Scheduled to go in the 4th spot during the Unlimiteds there was the 96 Stars and Stripes boat. They, however, as we had mentioned earlier, some engine issues, unable to finish their day, so taking a did not start there. So with that, Bootlegger holding on to the top spot with a 47.130, and 3 racers remain. Jolly Roger's off and running now. The 39M boat, Eric Werner and Tina Huff. Eric and Tina had an exceptional run in the 6th round of qualifiers, running under 45 seconds. And that's going to be a clean run of 47.508. So a clean run by the Jolly Rogers 39M team. 2 teams remaining here in the 8 Cup for the Unlimiteds. So with 2 boats remaining and 3 DNFs and a did not start to kick off the 8 Cut, all that the next 2 boats have to do is have clean runs to move on to the 4 Cut. Wicked Racing in the water now. The number 10 boat, Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. The bright green Wicked Racing boat ready to go. Green flag is raised. And they're off. Dan opening that motor up. Taking that turn with ease there. A turn that's been such an issue throughout the weekend for everyone. Looks like they're going to do it here. And it's going to be a clean run. Look at that time. .188 for Wicked Racing's Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. Under 45 seconds, almost under 44. Our last boat out in the Unlimited's 8 Cut here does hold the best time of the weekend. Psycho Racing's 151M boat. They ran nearly 43 seconds in the 6th qualifier, a 43.060. A clean run here would automatically get them into the four-cut. Kyle Patrick, your driver. Aaron Hansen, the navigator. Psycho Racing, the 151M boat. Here they go. The final boat out in the 8-cut. And boat 151M with a clean run. All they needed there was a clean run, but instead they run the best time of the weekend as a clean run. 42.555. They could have taken it easy, just making sure they'd get the clean run. That's all they needed, but Kyle Patrick and Aaron Hansen wanting to continue to just get better and better, and they do so, as they will certainly be seen again in the four-cut. All right, so what started this weekend as 38 race teams has dwindled down to the final 4 in each category, so just 12 race teams remaining. Soon to be 6, and soon after that, you'll have your 3 winners of our 3rd event of the 2023 Stihl American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series. Starting things off in the four-cut for the modified class, it's Purcell Racing in the 154A boat, Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. Green flag is up, and here they go. That's going to be a clean run for the 154A boat. .769, the official time, 56.769. So Jeff and James able to shave about a second and a half off of their 8-cut run. Scheduled out next, according to the standings, is going to be Purcell Racing's 154B version of their boat. So that quick switch is going to have to happen. Jeff's going to get out. James is going to move over into the driver's seat. Margaret's going to get in as the navigator. Wouldn't that be something that the 154A and B took the top 2 times here in the four-cut and had to race each other in the finals? So 154B on the clock now. They do have that 5-minute timer to make sure they're ready to go. And as the wind picks up a bit here at the track, these high-powered speedboats are roaming around the track. You can smell that burning fuel in the air, and we wouldn't be able to race without having lots and lots of that available for our racers. And we want to thank VP Racing Fuels for their sponsorship. Visit vpracingfuels.com for more information. Very thankful to have them as a sponsor for the 2023 Stihl American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series. And families, we hope that you've enjoyed taking advantage of having your kids go play in the Kids Zone during our event this weekend. The Kids Zone for our events is located near the beer garden. It's a place for kids to go play. There is a $5 an hour fee to watch your kiddo. So if the kids didn't have a chance at this race, remember for races in the future, we do have that Kids Zone out there. If you need a break or your kids need a break, your children are in good hands and will have a great time with everything they have to offer over at that Kids Zone. Still a little bit of time to go check it out. Again, just right over by the beer garden. All right, looks like the 154B boat's ready to go. James buckled in as the driver. Margaret strapped in as the navigator. Flaggers ready. And here they go. And Purcell Racing's 154B boat with a clean run now. 53.308, 53.308 for James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell. So halfway through this four-cut, Fear Not Racing going to be taking their crack at making it to the finals. The 623 boat, Clint Birch driving, Terry Lovell navigating. If they can beat that 53.308 that Purcell Racing just put up, that would guarantee them a spot in the finals. Terry feeling confident, giving a wave to the crowd as they idle on up to the starting line. And here they go. Looking good. That's a clean run. Look at that time. So a 49.296 for the modified Fear Not boat is going to guarantee themselves a spot in the finals. And now it's going to be Checkmate's turn to see if they too can make it out. This is boat 55, Checkmate, Frank Toftemark and Kelly Toftemark. If they can beat the 154B's 53.308, they will take on Fear Not in the finals. Frank and Kelly ready to go. And they're off. Trying hard to make it into that final. Going at full throttle, and that corner yesterday we saw as our teams were working on their qualifying runs. It was a little dicey there if you had a lot of speed, but in order to make it into the finals here, that 55 boat was going to have to give it their all. They did, giving it their best shot, but taking that corner at that speed, they're going to DNF as they find themselves up on the island. If you are higher up, folks, you can see that island, the bottom of that boat cut right through it. A nice long divot, a little stream they created there. So our Island Hoppers assisting the 55 boat here. It'll be a DNF, but nonetheless, a great day of racing for the Checkmate boat. So that will be the end of the day for the Checkmate boat. One more hand for Frank and Kelly Toftemark, ladies and gentlemen. And you know, if you're going to go down, you might as well go down swinging. So put on a show for the crowd. So after that DNF, the final numbers are in. The finals will consist of the 154B Purcell Racing boat, James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell, taking on the Fear Not boat, Clint Birch and Terry Lovell. So those will be your final two boats in the modified class battling out for the checkered flag. We'll see them in just a few minutes here. So our Island Hoppers convening for a moment, now going back to their respective positions. They'll get situated as we prepare for our 400 class. You'll notice all of these Island Hoppers do have set positions around the track. This is strategically set up so that there is always a 360 view of our boats and our racers so that if anything were to happen, it's not missed. It's immediately seen. These guys can go help them out. So we'll give them a minute. You can tell the wind's picking up out there. It's getting a little chilly because our island hoppers are starting to look a little cold when they're getting past about the waist length in the water. So island hoppers have returned to their positions. The checkmate boat on its way in. Getting a hand from their fellow racers and fans. A very strong weekend for the checkmate racing team. So in the forecut, in the 400 class coming up next, the 4 remaining boats in order going out are going to be Pure Insanity, Crash or Win, Preventing Insanity, and Fat Buddy. Those boats go out in reverse order of the top times that they place. All right, sounds like they're getting ready to go down at the boat launch. And fans, if you haven't had a chance to check out the boat launch, feel free to go check out our vendor road down in that area. Support your new favorite racing teams by purchasing everything from stickers to shirts, hats, hoodies, tank tops, all sorts of stuff. Many of those booths are manned by friends and family members of our racers, so learn more about your favorite racing teams representing states throughout the country and countries throughout the world as this international sport continues to grow, and we're just thrilled to bring it to you here in the United States. All right, let's get underway with the 400 class forecut. Coming out now in the 285 Pure Insanity boat, River Rogers and Cole Keats. Here they go. Solid run so far. Just headed down that home straightaway. It's going to be a clean run. Officially 46.796 for the Pure Insanity boat. So a solid run there to start the forecut as River and Cole hope to make it to the finals. Boat 1776 in the water now. This is Crash or Win. Cletus McFarland and Spicy Spence. They ran a 47.754 to make it to the forecut. Their team name is their motto, So expect them to really push for it here. Crasher win, ready to go. The green flag is raised. And here they go. Catching a little bit of the island there. Almost spun out, but able to hold on. They're still on track. This very well could still be a clean run. Just got to make it down this straightaway here. And that's going to be a clean run. $50.774 there, 50.774 for Crash or win. That catching onto that middle island there definitely bogged them down a little bit, but still Cletus able to recorrect and stay on track to get the clean run. The question here though is, will that clean run be enough to make it to the finals? Next out is going to be Preventing Insanity, and they know that that time that Crash or Win just ran is going to be the time, at minimum, they're going to have to beat to make it to the finals. So far in this Final Four, Pure Insanity has a 46.796, and Crash or Win posting a 50.774. And the green flag is raised. And the 27 boat is off and running. That's going to be a clean run. And they've done it. They've punched their ticket. 45.654 is going to land Preventing Insanity in the finals. So we know for sure now in the 400 class, it's going to be the 27 boat, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. The question now is, who are they going to take on? Is it going to be River Rogers and Cole Keats in the Pure Insanity boat, 285? Or is it going to be Fat Buddy here with Phil Miller and Sam Hughes? This is the boat that won the 400 class back in Ontario at the last ASBR event. They're going to have to beat that 46.796 that Pure Insanity put up if they want to face Preventing Insanity in the finals. The 22 boat in the water now. Phil Miller and Sam Hughes ready for Fat Buddy Racing. And here they go. That's going to be a clean run. Waiting on verification for that time. And that's official, 45.747, 45.747. Phil Miller and Sam Hughes will find themselves in the finals for the second consecutive ASBR event. It's going to be the 22 boat taking on the 27 boat. What did they run? Andrew, what did they run? Huh? What did they just run? 45.747. So again, in the 400 class, your finals are going to be the 22 boat, Fat Buddy Racing, taking on the 27 boat, Preventing Insanity. It'll be Phil Miller and Sam Hughes taking on Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. But first, the 4-cut for the Unlimited class. Starting things off here, hoping to make their way into the finals, the Jolly Rogers 39M boat, Eric Werner and Tina Huff. Coming off of a 44.188 in the 8-cut. Green flag is up. And the Jolly Rogers hit the high seas. And it's going to be a DNF. Came out strong, but missed a turn early on. Knew it, and it results in a DNF. That's the goal they want to have people out of here between 3 and 4. For like people to travel. That was reading the welcome letter, and the welcome letter said like our goal is to get you out. So a DNF there for the 39M boat. Now it's going to be Bootlegger's chance to make it to the finals in the 33M boat. The Bootlegger boat, piloted by Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds, showing off their fresh new paint job this weekend. The green flag is up. And here they go. Out of the gates hot. Bootlegger. Been putting up good times all. Oh, spinning out. Still on track if they can get turned around and stay on track. It's going to be a DNF. They haven't held back in that boat all weekend long and continued to push it there. Unfortunately, loses control, resulting in a DNF. So a 47.130 had gotten Bootlegger into the forecut. Unfortunately, a DNF here. So now it's going to be between Wicked Racing and Psycho Racing. If both of those teams can get clean runs here, they'll face off against each other in the finals. Boat 10 in the water now. This is Wicked Racing's Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. They ran a 44.188 in the 8 cut. Just needing a clean run here to make it to the finals. The green flag is raised. And Wicked Racing is off. And that's going to be a clean run. Wicked Racing will be in the finals. .773, a fantastic run time for the Wicked Racing number 10 boat. That 43.773, Wicked Racing's best time so far this weekend. So now in the water is Psycho Racing's 151M boat, Kyle Patrick and Aaron Hansen. They ran that amazing 42.555 in the 8 cut to make it to the 4 cut. All they need here is a clean run to face off against Wicked Racing in the finals. Will they take it easy this time to guarantee a spot in the finals, or will they do what they did last time and beat their previous highs? Psycho Racing idling towards the starting line. The green flag is up, and here they go. And they're going to be in the finals. A 42.639 is going to easily punch Psycho Racing's ticket to the finals. Again, all they needed was a clean run there, but not holding back with another awesome time, 42.639. They will take on Wicked Racing in the final rounds. All right, fans, now it's time for the finals. The 154B boat in the water for the modifieds. Purcell Racing taking on Fear Not. Here's Purcell Racing, James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell. And they're off. A clean run for Purcell Racing. 53.019, the official time for the 154B boat. That's the time to beat. Okay, so it's going to be Fat Buddy 1 and Preventing Insanity 2? Yep. Okay. Gotcha. Cool. So Purcell Racing putting it all out there with their best run of the finals of 53.019. Is it going to be good enough to beat Fear Not? Fear Not in the water now, the 623 boat. They've ran under 50 seconds in both rounds of the finals so far. Clint Birch and Terry Lavelle, 53.019, the time to beat. Hoping to take home the checkered flag, the green flag raised. And Fear Not is off and running. The 623 boat, Clint Birch and Terry Lavelle. Fear Not Racing, your winners in the modified class in the third event of the 2023 Stihl American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series. Clint Birch and Terry Lovell of Fear Not Racing, the 623 boat running a 50.517, and they will take a lap with the checkered flag. Clint and Terry getting a bow from our flagger as they make their way around the track, getting some love from the fans here in Port Angeles, Washington. What a show they put on throughout the weekend in the Fear Not boat. Congratulations to our winners in the modified class. Clinton Terry getting salutes from the Island Hoppers as well as they coast into the spin out pool. Getting some cheers from the fans down by the boat launch. Applauses all around. Congratulations once again to Fear Not. And let's give a hand to all of our competitors in the modified class of Stihl American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series. So a fantastic weekend for the Fear Not team. The 623 boat taking home the checkered flag. And showing off the power of that boat because, as we said earlier, that boat will be for sale at the end of this season. So now it's time for the finals in the 400 class. We're going to have the 22 boat Fat Buddy Racing, Phil Miller and Sam Hughes, taking on Preventing Insanity's Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. First out will be the Fat Buddy boat 22, Phil Miller and Sam Hughes. Coming off of a win in Ontario, hoping to keep that winning streak rolling here in Port Angeles. Fat Buddy Racing representing the great country of Canada. They're ready to go. And they're off. Clean run. .257, your final time there for the Fat Buddy, Phil Miller and Sam Hughes in the 22 boat. 45.257. The best time they have ran so far in the elimination rounds. And the time to beat for Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. Extreme Sports fans, we did have a lost credit card just turned in at the announcer booth. Ken G. Sainer, if you are missing your credit card, please come with your ID and claim it. Preventing Insanity in the water now, the 27 boat, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. The time to beat, 45.257. The green flag is up and they're off. going to be close. That's a clean run. And it's verified the official time is 45.357. So your winner in the 400 class is going to be Fat Buddy Racing's Phil Miller and Sam Hughes in the 22 boat. What's up? Uh, 45.357. What was that melody? Oh, I thought you said wait a second about something. Oh. Yes. So Phil Miller and Sam Hughes, another crazy victory today. They won by 100th of a second in the 400 class in Ontario weeks ago. Today, a 10th of a second. 45.257 compared to 45.357. Congratulations to Phil Miller and Sam Hughes in the 22 boat. The Fat Buddies, 2 consecutive races decided by a millisecond. Some amazing stuff from our neighbors to the north. Once again, the 22 boat, Fat Buddy Racing, your 400 class champions. And fans, let's give a hand to all of our race teams in the 400 class here at the third event of the 2023 ASBR Pro Racing Series. All right, so this is it, folks. The final of the third event of 4 of the 2023 Stihl American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series. It's the unlimited class. Wicked Racing taking on Psycho Racing. Making his way to the starting line in the number 10 Wicked Racing boat, Port Angeles owned Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson, hoping to take home the checkered flag at their home course. The green flag is raised. And they're off. And it's going to be a DNF. A round of applause, though, for the local Wicked Race team. Fans getting a good look at that bright green boat. ESP's own Wicked Racing. So Dan and Sammy really putting their pedal to the metal, trying to bring home a victory in front of the home fans. But they end up going and visiting with the home fans instead. An opportunity for a great shot of that wicked boat, though, as our island hoppers help them back into the water. So what happens if cycle racing DNFs? What happens if cycle racing DNFs? Really? So what happens if cycle racing DNFs? Okay, so cycle racing. So our island hoppers checking things over with the wicked racing boat. Making sure that she is seaworthy. And that will mark the end of the day for Wicked Racing. One more round of applause for the local team, Wicked Racing, in the number 10 boat, Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson, giving their all in front of the home fans. So is cycle racing automatically the winner here, or do they still do a run? So now in the water is going to be cycle racing in the 151M boat, Kyle Patrick and Aaron Hansen. All they need here is a clean run, and they will be the winners in today's unlimited class. Our island hoppers all back in position. The cycle racing boat eased into the water by their teammates. Both Kyle and Aaron waving towards the pits. Looks like they're ready to go, idling slowly towards the starting line. The flagger looking up, raises his green flag. And cycle racing is off, looking for a clean run to bring home the checkered flag. And that's going to be a clean run, and Cycle Racing's going to take home the checkered flag in the unlimited class in the 151M boat. Kyle Patrick and Aaron Hansen with a 43.685. It's good to wave the checkered flag. They are your winners in the third event of the 2023 Stihl American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series. Fans, let's give a hand to our winners, Psycho Racing, Kyle Patrick, and Aaron Hansen, as they make their way around the track with the checkered flag. Receiving the bow from the flagger and taking their victory lap. A thumbs up to the crowd, thanking them for their support. What a weekend for Kyle Patrick and his New Zealand navigator, Aaron Hansen. Taking it all in from our fans. Let's give them one more round of applause, and a round of applause to all of our competitors in the Unlimited class, and one final round of applause for all of our race teams here at Extreme Sports Park. Thank you so much for joining us. That's going to conclude this weekend's festivities of the 2023 Stihl American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series. Join us for our fourth and final event of the 2023 season, September 30th and October 1st at the Ontario Speedway. On behalf of Extreme Sports Park, all of our ASBR race teams and staff, we would like to thank you for joining us, and we would like to thank our volunteers as well for all of their help, and the community for helping us put this on. Please.
And I'd like to thank all of our viewers for joining us today on Facebook and YouTube. We very much appreciate you tuning in today, and we hope that you have liked this and can subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on Facebook. We will be back September 30th and October 1st from Ontario. And until then, we're going to be stopping the stream here momentarily. So thanks again, folks. Really appreciate each and every one of you.
Attention race teams, trophy presentations will take place underneath the announcer tent shortly. So underneath the announcer booth, we will be presenting today's trophies.